Welcome back to my channel. Today we are looking at the Tundra set from Schmincke. So some of these colors appeared in my favorite video, which is the Potter's Pink video, where we mixed for Tundra Orange and Tundra Pink using Potter's Pink. And so I decided that I was going to see if I could mix all of the Supergranulating Schmincke colors. It's taken a bit. There were some odd pigments I had to track down for my palette, but I finally have them all, and so welcome to part 1 of 10 of mixing for all the Schmincke Supergranulating colors. In reality, it's probably going to be an 11-part series because at the very end, we're going to look at what all of the pigments are that make up all the colors and find out just how many single pigment colors you'd need in your palette to create this set yourself. So let's get into it. So everything is all labeled and let's get into doing our swatches. So Tundra Blue is probably my favorite blue in the entire Supergranulating series, purely because on top of being a supergranulating color, it also mixes incredibly well with other supergranulating base colors, as I've decided to call them, to create granulating mixes. So really with Tundra Blue and 2 to 3 other colors, you can have them in your palette and create sort of a granulating mixing palette, which is something I really enjoy. Tundra Green is something that I don't actually have in my palette. Most of these colors I've actually borrowed from my mom. I don't tend to lean towards the Schmincke Supergranulating colors. There are some that I have, but I tend to lean towards handmade granulating paints. Tundra Orange is one of my favorite colors and is a color that I can't wait to add to my own palette. We mixed it in the Potter's Pink video and it was so much fun and such a surprise because I'm not normally a fan of mixing oranges and it was actually a lot of fun. I'm actually going to pull these out a little bit more just so that I've got a lighter wash on them. This is the Baohong paper cold press because I don't really like rough paper, but for granulating paints like this, you want something with some texture to it. Tundra Pink is so much fun. It's very purpley pink. I wouldn't call it a true pink, but it is probably the pinkest color that appears in any of the sets. And then we've got Tundra Purple. I have so many colors similar to Tundra Purple from so many different handmade brands. Everyone seems to have their own version of it, which is great because it means that I was already familiar with it before Schmincke launched their version of it. So we're going to start with the blue, and that has us going in with Lapis, which is PB29. Let's just move these so that I don't accidentally get stuff in them. So let's move this. We've got Lapis, which is PB29, and Cypress Raw Umber Deep, which is PBR7. That's too dark. Oh yeah, that's too dark. It could also be the wrong PBR7. Or the wrong blue. Alright, let's do preliminary mixes of them all, and then I'll start switching out colors if I need to. So PG19 was quite hard to track down. Only Daniel Smith seemed to have it available in their individual pigment line. and it is cobalt green pale, and it was actually being discontinued. My store only had one tube, and it was in the clearance section. It was quite hard to find. It was too brown. And the binder has actually started to separate from my tube just because of how long it's been sitting there. So I don't know that we're going to get a fully homogeneous mixture, just because the binder is doing its own thing. Let's say that isn't far off. Let me see if I can add a little bit more green. So I think they're using a different cobalt green. I think they're using a slightly more burnt cobalt green, potentially, because it's the green that's the issue. It's almost too green. Tundra orange, I know I can mix for. I've done it once. That being said, it's been a couple months. So let's see if I can get the ratios right just by like not really thinking about it. Let's see how that looks once it's dry. Tundra pink. It always surprises me that the blue comes ahead of the pink in the ratio for the pigment mixture, because in a color like this, I would expect the pink to come first, but it doesn't. And we have already gone to purple. Yeah, we are too purple. We're still too purple. It's I almost wonder if the pigment numbers are flipped on the tube, because it is such a weird way to have to get this pigment by having the blue ahead. I don't think I managed to get the blue at a higher ratio last time either. This time it definitely wasn't, but that's pretty close. And now Tundra purple, which is that same blue, and PBR6, which in this case is Schmincke Mars Brown. I decided to go with the Schmincke version because I have it. I do have another version of PBR6 in my palette, but because I have it, I decided to start with their version. Let's do another dab of brown. I think we're just a little bit off. Nope, now we're too brown. Tweaking colors. No. What's that? Wash it out. That might be it. So it's Tundra blue. So I just dumped my paintbrush and paint. Tundra blue is the one that I'm still not sure about. Like Tundra orange is drawing the right color. Tundra green isn't going to be the right color. My green's the wrong shade, and that's the only version I have. Which means that I think every mix that includes that green is going to be off. Luckily, it doesn't appear in that many of the mixes going forward. but it does appear in some. So let's let this dry and then we'll come back and see what needs to be remixed. So I've decided to grab Jasper Stardust Viola Lee Blue because it's the most granulating ultramarine blue I have in my palette. And I think that's my issue here and here, is that once it's dry, there just isn't enough separation, which is odd because this blue tends to really granulate, but maybe just in the mixes it's not. What's also interesting is that this is a PBR7 mix and this is a PBR6 mix. I hadn't noticed that it was just the difference in browns. So I think this is too dark. But that's already sort of better color separation, so we're just going to add in some more blue. Let's add in a touch more blue. There we go. That's what we were looking for. Which hopefully means that this with PBR6 will give some similar results. I'm not unhappy with, oh yeah, looks really brown. I'm not unhappy with what I've mixed so far, but I'd like, oh yeah, there we go. Sometimes you just need to change your blue. So let's swatch out each of these and I will label them. Apparently I can't do a circle today. Weird little shape. This is the Cobalt Green Pale. Super separated in its pan. Looks almost less separated here, but as it dries, you'll see sort of what it looks like. This is the blue that I used for the Tundra and for the Tundra Pink and for the first attempt at mixing the blue and the purple. Here's the Potter's Pink. As always, I will leave all of the brands that I used for the mixing down below. I'm just going to throw the pigment numbers up underneath each of these dots because otherwise it makes this page far too busy and no one wants to look at a page that has too much information on it for them to really figure out what's on the page in actuality. This is Common Small Cypress Umber Deep. Cypress Raw Umber Deep. Its name is too long. I need it to have a shorter name. And then here's the ultramarine blue we ended up using for the last two. And as you can see, it's significantly lighter and it's got a lot more granulation to it. So, where's the pen? This is PB29. This is PB29. This is there we go. So those are all the colors that we used to mix. So we used more colors to mix than we ended up making. I'm wondering how many colors in the end will be used in mixes versus how many we end up making. I wonder if the math works out to buy each individual pigment or to just have a set of the colors you really want. So I think this will be quite interesting to do. I'm disappointed about the green, but I think I probably knew that my Tundra green was going to be off. It was such a hard pigment to track down, the PG19, that finding one that was the exact right sort of tone of green was not going to be easy. And that's what our problem was. I'm happy that the change in ultramarine fixed our issues with the Tundra purple and the Tundra blue. I can never figure out Tundra pink at the ratio it's supposed to be. There's no way for the ultramarine to be at a higher percentage for it not to be a purple. Like, you don't get the pink color without it having pink at a higher percentage. So I'm wondering if the tubes are mislabeled, because I have now tried to mix it. I did it in the Potter's Pink video. After that video, I spent some time trying to do it by myself, and now I've done it here, and so that's 3 separate times I've tried to mix it, and I can't get it at the stated ratio. So I'm wondering if there's been a labeling mix-up and it's actually flipped, but who knows. For now, though, I think we have our starting point. So I think both of these ultramarines are going to be in rotation. All of these colors are going to stick around because they come up in future palettes, and we're just going to slowly add to it. So I'm going to use a piece of paper that I tore earlier and just start to keep track. So I hope you enjoyed part 1. There are many more parts to come, and keep watching to find out how to mix for your favorite Schmincke Supergranulating colors. Welcome back to my channel, where we are currently mixing all the Schmincke Supergranulating colors to decide which colors you should buy and which colors you can probably just mix yourself. This is part 2, where we are looking at the Volcano set. This set is either going to be the biggest letdown of the entire series, or it's going to be okay. I'm not sure yet. I already know that I don't have the right red. If you were here for part 1, you'll know that I only had one version of each color pulled. I have every single cadmium red in my palette pulled out. I only have 3 swatched here. I've acquired one more since I did this card. Do I think it's going to make a difference? Probably not. Am I going to try anyways? Yes. So I have every single cadmium pulled. I have the yellow, the purple, the black pulled. The only difference is the cadmiums. I only have one PY159. I only have one cobalt violet hue because up until recently only Schmincke was carrying PV62 in a line, and I only have one PBK11 because I could not find the Schmincke version, and so we're using the Roman small version. So let's get into looking at the Volcano set. So as you can see, there are 2 colors in this set that don't involve any color mixing at all. So for them, it's just going to be how close can I get. For the PY159, only Winsor Newton carries it in their permanent line. Schmincke doesn't carry it in their line at all, other than in Volcano Yellow. And so there's only one option. I couldn't even find a handmade brand that carried this paint color. So, oh, this is the wrong order to be doing things in. Volcano Orange is up next. I am undecided about how I feel about Volcano Orange. I go back and forth between liking it and not liking it. I find that lots of the Volcano colors seem to have more binder than other colors in the set, and that means that they tend to have either binder that floats on top of the pan when you pre-wet them, or you tend to get like a halo effect if you use them wet on wet. which I don't like. So, Volcano Red is up next. Volcano Violet is actually a color that I like in this set. It was one of the very first super granulating colors I ever tried. I got the trio set that Jackson's had. They did like a 5mm trio set, and they still do for some of the super granulating colors. And it came with Volcano Violet, Volcano Red, and Volcano Brown. Volcano Violet reminds me a bit of Tundra Pink, but it's got a bit of a different after effect. Let me know if you want to see me compare all of like the browns, the reds, the everything's from all the super granulating sets side by side, because I can totally do that, and I think it would be super interesting to see, like, you know, what do all the blues actually look like side by side, and what do all the reds, I don't know how many reds there are, or like all the grays. All the grays look sort of similar, but are they actually similar? Who knows? My brush has shed a hair. I've been using what are technically travel brushes almost every day for 10 months. So, for Volcano Yellow, there's only one option, which is Winsor Newton Lemon Yellow Deep. I actually like Lemon Yellow Deep, though it has a bit less texture to it than the Schmincke version, so I don't know if they're using like a different spreading agent, though neither tube discusses a spreading agent. Then
we have Volcano Orange, which is the yellow. Which is Volcano Pants, so that's one of the the yellow and the red. So I'm going to go with Lemon Smells Canyon Red. That's not right. Yellow. Huh. Let's try Canyon Red Deep with the yellow. Red. I'm actually like looking at the top of the pan and trying to match that color. Huh. Okay, let's match that. Might actually be really diluted Canyon Red Deep. I'm wondering though if they're using some sort of dispersion medium to get that granulation pattern, because it's very obvious in these three colors that there's an interesting granulation pattern. PV and then Canyon Red Deep. Huh, so that actually, I think I'm right, but it is a Canyon Red Deep, because that's pretty similar. Let's try a little bit more red. We might have taken this too red now. Oh no, that's what we wanted. So, it's Canyon Red Deep. The question is, what are they doing to it? To have that texture to it? I'm not sure. Now I know that this needs to be the Canyon Red Deep. Let's do a tiny bit of black. It's not dark enough yet. I think it's interesting that they're using a black to get the brown. Not how I do any of my browns normally. Not that dry. So, let's come back here. So, Canyon Red Deep. And yellow. The issue is, that seems similar to the top of the pants. It just doesn't have the right granulation. But I don't know that it's going to get that granulation ever. That means that I am confident now that it is a Canyon Red Deep. Because of this. The the way that the red is settled down here to make the pink tones with the purple has me confident that the cadmium red deep. And the undertone over here, like even the granulation isn't right. Which is the fact that I didn't granulating on this paper at all has me a bit confused. I added a little bit more grays black to this just to see if I can darken it up at all. Let's see if... I'm wondering if it's like granulation medium or something, which isn't something I have. I do have oxgall, not granulation medium. This isn't that far off, and so I'm pretty happy with that. Let's do all of these dots. So we used two different cadmium reds. We tried the regular cadmium red and then we switched to the dark version, which I was pretty sure was going to happen. It's such a weird sort of color to try and figure out. And it's the dispersion of the particles that has me stumped, because it's not what I would consider typical for either the cadmium or the yellow. Like, the yellow is closer to the one in yellow deep, but it's still not quite right for how it acts. So, we have... Here we go. The red. The red is my issue. It's the granulation of the red, and it's because in the violet, like you still have the purple of like pull through sort of the granulation you need. You don't have that here in the orange because the yellow, like the granulation's already not right with the yellow, and so, well, it's not right. It's got a slightly different granulating effect than the Schmincke version one has. And so, as soon as you go to the volcano orange, you've got that same problem. And the volcano red, I can't figure out. It's got such a weird granulation effect. Yeah, even on, this is Archie's rough paper, which I really don't like, so I use it for my sample cards. It has such a crazy granulation effect compared to the other cadmium reds that I just don't quite know where to put it. But the volcano violet and the volcano brown are fantastic. They make me quite happy. So, with that, part 2 is done, and I hope you enjoyed mixing for the volcanoes. If you try this at home, tag me on Instagram in your attempts, because I'd love to see them. I've had a few people message me about trying to fix the grays that we talked about in previous grays videos, and so I'd love to hear about your attempts with the Schmincke Supergranulating colors.
Welcome back to part 3 of the mixing for the Schmincke colors. What colors do you actually need to buy and what can you mix yourself? Today we are looking at the Glacier set. So I have some of these sets as dots and some of these sets as pans, purely because I wasn't able to get all these colors as pans, and so I just got them as dots. And luckily the ones that I got as dots are colors that I don't absolutely love. So we are going to look at this set. As always, I have done the card, and so I have all the color references of all the possible colors on my palette. I have all the Glacier colors swatched out. And I'm going to set up this sheet, and then we're going to get into swatching and mixing and see which ones you can create yourself and which ones maybe you should purchase if you want them. First up is Glacier Blue, which I only have a dot of. I'm unsure of how I feel about this. There are a couple in the Supergranulating sets that I go, this sort of feels like a cop-out for the set. Like, it feels like it could have just been in their regular line. Like, it doesn't have the same effect of other Supergranulating colors. And Glacier Blue is one of them. The others are spread out in sets, but the Glacier set happens to have 2 that I feel that way about, and the way I've organized this palette, they happen to be right after one another. Both Glacier Blue and Glacier Turquoise to me just sort of feel blah. I have similar turquoises from other brands that cost significantly less, and I don't feel like it has any of the crazy granulation that you see in some of the other Supergranulating colors, which is disappointing. Glacier Green, on the other hand, is a color that I actually love. It's a mixture with Potter's Pink, which definitely surprised me when I was putting together my Potter's Pink video and I realized that I could include it, and was so much fun to mix for that video. It reminds me of a handmade paint that I've got in my palette, and while I do prefer the handmade paint that I've got, I do find myself reaching for Glacier Green on occasion. Glacier Brown, I've only swatched. I haven't actually used in anything, but there are quite a lot of browns in these palettes, so I think there are definitely some I like more than others. Yeah, I'm looking at it again on rough paper. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Overall, like, I feel most sort of blah probably about the Glacier set, which does surprise me because I liked the swatches of it online. I just don't love it in person. So now let's get into mixing. So I'm going to start with lapis like I did in the first one, even though I have a feeling that I'm probably going to switch to a different PB29. We're just going to start here. My PG50 is Cobalt Teal Blue by Daniel Smith, because I know from the Potter's Pink video that it works pretty well. Did I get this in one? Ha! I did. Oh, that's always fun. I thought I was gonna have to switch you up and everything, and I didn't. So, Yeah, I would say there's probably not enough of the PG50 for it to like have any real effect on the color based on how much I added to that mixture. I just put my hand in paint. Let's fix that black swatch. Glacier Turquoise is Cobalt Teal Blue with a tiny bit of Cobalt Violet in it. Again, not a pigment that I had. It is Cobalt Violet, isn't it? I haven't grabbed the wrong thing. No, it's Permanent Mauve. I have grabbed the wrong color. I'll be back.
I was saying Cobalt Violet, all I could think was Cobalt Violet, just a payment number. And it's not PG16, so it's not some Permanent Mauve. That's too purple. To be fair, I like this color better. I wish this was the color that they chose for this set. I would use this set more. It's like sort of misty morning from Morning Small. This is more what I'm aiming for. Still not quite bright enough. I'll just a little bit more. So I think my Glacier, my Cobalt Blue is wrong. My Cobalt Teal. The issue is the only other Cobalt Teal I have is Fairy Green, which isn't what we want. We wanted a Fairy Blue one. That being said, I'm not unhappy with this mixture. So I'm going to leave that there. Now we've got my favorite mixture, which is mixing anything with powder stick. It's just gloriously fun. I did this in 2 in the powder stick video, or 3, I think. Can I do it in less? Nope, I already done 2 pink. I did it in 3 in the powder stick video, I think. So can I do it in 2 here? PBS 6 and PG 26, which is the first time I think PG 26 has kind of been in these mixes so far. That is 2 green. Yeah, 2 green. Just wash it out a little bit. I only have 1 PG 26, so we're sort of stuck in a way. I don't have a whole bunch of options. This is also the Schmincke PBR 6, and I'm a bit concerned because it looks too bright. But it is their version of the color, so I'd assume they'd be using the version of the paint that they make. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they'd be using a PBR 6 they don't sell within stock. They seem to enjoy doing that with this set. PB35 and PBK more than. PB35 is at a higher percentage. This is still too blue. Oh yeah, way too blue. I have to go for a less blue cerulean. I do have one. I have 2 other ceruleans I can reach for. Actually, that's not that far off. It's got that blue undertone. We could try with the White Knight cerulean, which is the right pigment number. The trick with cerulean is that there are 2 different pigment numbers, and so it's just making sure that you've got. This is the 35 version, but there's also a 36 version. Let's see what the 35. Oh yeah, that's it. So it is a light cerulean. It is not a dark cerulean. It is a very pale cerulean. So, let's do our swatches. I'm just swatching to the order we use them. I'm happy I realized the purple was on before I painted. That's not a green injury. At least I realized. Potter's Peak. If you watched the Potter's Peak video, you'll know that I have 5 or 6 versions of my palette. And I like the lemon small version best for mixing. It does surprise me that this cerulean was so much of a difference, but look at the pans, like there's a huge color difference. So, maybe I shouldn't be as surprised as I am. The green and the brown mix for the Glacier Brown is still tripping me up. Purely because I know that it's labeled as PBR 6. And I just can't get this tone of brown. I'm wondering if I should go and double check pigment numbers. Here's one cerulean. Let's watch the other one next to it. To see the difference. Because there is a really noticeable color difference. Even though they're the same pigment, and that's why I have some new versions of different pigments, not orange. Those are both cerulean blues that are both PB35s. And we've got Grace Black. Turned at the end of the row. So, some labels now. Swimsuits. There you go. So I'm going to take the pigment on this glacier brown and just make sure that I've got the right brown. And yeah.
So after checking under the brush, which is a great reference site, their swatch has it much greener than mine seems to have swatched out. So this one is actually pretty similar to how their swatch looks. So I think I'm gonna leave it. I'm really happy with this. I'm really happy with that. Now that this is dry, this one's actually pretty close. This is pretty similar. There's a bit less of the Potter's Pink coming through, mostly because as soon as I add more Potter's Pink, I find that it's going to purple. And so that's just a balancing act that you sort of have to figure out for yourself, is how purple do you want to deal with? Or how much purple do you want in your painting? But after looking at swatches online, like, this one seems pretty close to what it looks like in other swatches. So I think I'm gonna leave it there. So I was partway through filming the Shires video when I realized that what I thought was PG-26 was actually PG-8. The paints are labeled Pine and Deep Pine, and I grabbed the wrong one. So Glacier Brown, these mixes are not the right mix. And so we're gonna cross out this color, and I'm gonna try it again on this little patch of palette that I've got clean, and see if by using the right pigments I can actually get this color. Oh, I need way more brown. That is already looking better. Oh yeah, there's the opacity that it was missing. Just a tiny bit of green. It's like way too much. So that's definitely a lot closer with the right pigments. Swatch this over here. I thought I was done and moved on to the next video, and then I'd realized it was the wrong color. I think this one's not far off.
So my first attempt wasn't actually that far off using my correct pigments. My second one's too green, but I'm actually quite happy with the first one. So that is an important lesson in making sure that I double and triple check the names of colors for all of the sheets going forward, because I don't want to make that mistake again. Welcome back to part 4 of my Schmincke Supergranulating series, What Colors Do You Need and What Colors Can You Mix For? Today we are looking at the Shire set, which is one of my favorite sets. It's been one of my favorite sets since it first came out. When I first saw the preview pictures of it, I absolutely loved it. And so we're going to look at the 5 colors that make up the set, and then we're going to look at the various colors that I used in the mixes for the set. There are quite a lot of blues that I used for mixes, but this is number 4. And so we've learned from the previous videos what sort of versions of the blues may or may not work, so I switched up this early, and then I'm using after the Glacier video. We have 2 different ultramarine blues currently in use. And we're going to get into it. I do have 2 options for the Viridian Green. I'm starting with Windsor Newton, though I do have Daniel Smith. I've got a couple different options for the Cerulean and many different options for the ultramarine blue, but I'm going to start with what I've got set out. If trying to figure out what colors make the best dupe palette for the Schmincke Supergranulating set, and how many colors you actually need in a palette to dupe the set. I'm trying to keep as few colors in rotation as possible. So if I can get it done with only these two ultramarines as our blues going forward, as the ultramarine blues, that's what I want to do. So our page is all labeled, and now we get to get into swatching colors. So I've loved the Shire set since it first came out. I fell in love with it when I first saw the swatches. I think it's been out from 3 years at this point, this set. And it is still probably my favorite Supergranulating set. There are others that I like quite a lot, but I love greens. If you've seen any of my palette videos, you'll know that they're pretty green heavy. I like having some really granulating greens in my convenience palette. And so, the Shire set is just fantastic. Shire Olive is one of my absolute favorite granulating greens from any brand. Mostly because it's not an olive green. To me, it's a much brighter green than I traditionally think of as an olive green. It's absolutely stunning. All of the Shire colors use one of 2 yellows. So either Nickel Azure Yellow or PY 159. In this case, for the mixes, I'm using Lemon Yellow Deep by Windsor Moon. And it's Shire Grey.
I think Shire Grey is probably my favorite of the various grays in the various Supergranulating sets. It also reminds me of Urban Grey that Roman Small has just released. So we'll see how similar they actually are. I don't have my pan of Urban Grey yet. But now we get to get into the fun part, which is mixing for them. So PY 159, so Lemon Yellow Deep. Is sticking to my brush. PG 26 is pine. Oh, I made a mistake. That explains the issues we were having in the last video. Alright, so let's go fix this mistake. So I'm gonna have to go back and amend the Glacier video because this is pine. This is PG 26. That was labeled as PG 29 here, which is not what it is. Yeah, it's PG 26. What is here is deep pine, which is PG8, which is not what we needed or wanted. So that was my mistake. Let's do a little bit of blue. Let's grab some of the PG 26. I can't even say it right. That is way too green. All right. So that seems to have fixed the problem that I was having in the last video. Oh yeah, there we go. Just needed a touch from the yellow. And there's our color. Now, yellow. Touch of cerulean. I think that's too much cerulean. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Now we have PY 150. And PG 18. I think that is. Cool. All right, let's add some more green to that. Is this actually that? I just water this down too much. Yes, it is actually brighter than it looks. That being said, I could try the Daniel Smith version. So let's wet it.
It'll take a couple minutes to reactivate, so while that reactivates, let's go with the lemon yellow. And PV62. Probably too much violet. Maybe not. Not awful. Well, not awful in the sense that it's like similar to what I want. There's a color that I do so often now. A little bit more violet. It's closer. The final one, before we go back to the shine green, is shine gray. So, lemon yellow. Then we have cobalt 3D. And then we have PDK 11. Two yellow. Cobalt. Start there. Oh, not far off. Starting to touch my black. Yeah, that's better. There we go. Alright, back to this shine green. So, radium and nickel as yellow. Even with. So, I'm not getting the blue.
I've just checked under the brush and the pigment numbers are right. I'm not getting the blue though that this has in it. And it has it in this swatch as well. There's that pretty obvious blue to it. So I don't know where it's getting its blue from. Unless they're using a really blue undertone PG18, but I can't think of a brand that has one. So I think the best bet was actually the Winsor Newton version. So let's do our circle swatches. And then I have to go and fix a video. That's the Winsor Newton version. This is the Daniel Smith version. And neither have that blue. This one maybe has a tiny bit of it. And I'm saying maybe because I'm like not sure if I'm just wanting to see it or if it's actually there. So this is here we go. So there's all the colors we used. So let's do a star just to differentiate. So that's the only one that used that green. I don't actually like it. So it's not going to be moving forward as the Viridian we're reaching for. I think I'm going to keep the Winsor Newton one in rotation, but not the Daniel Smith one. Because I prefer the Winsor Newton version, this bottom one, even though it's not 100% the right match, it is closer. And for me, that's close enough. Welcome to part 5 of mixing the Schmincke colors from scratch. And today we are looking at the Urban set, which is actually the set that I didn't think was going to be included in this video. I didn't own them and didn't think I was going to be able to get them, but luckily some very nice person on Facebook was willing to trade for some Daniel Smith pigments I had, and so I was able to get them. There was a time that I thought that I was going to be mixing the urban set just from online swatches, but we're going to do this. I'm actually really excited I have the urban set because some of the colors that I didn't think I was going to like urban yellow, I really like, and I think urban yellow might actually be my favorite yellow in the entire Schmincke Supergranulating set. The other difference with this set is that when I did the swatch card of like planning it out, I only had 2 PB36s, which is fine. Most people, if they have it, have 1. I now have 4. So I don't know which one I'm going to go with. I've used a couple different versions in the gray videos. I think I just have to see which ones have PB36 and sort of go from there over which one feels right. Currently, I'm leaning towards the Cosmic Creations one just because it's more green, and I think it's only urban green in this set that uses it. But we will see once it's labeled, and then I'll decide on which version I want to use. I might also look and see if it's in the Schmincke regular line, and if so, sort of what way theirs leans, if it leans more green or if it leans more turquoise. So let's get into labeling this sheet, and then we'll paint swatches. So everything is labeled, and I've looked up swatches, and it actually leans pretty green, the Schmincke PB36. So I am going to go with the Cosmic Creations Stormy Seas because I think it will give me the best results. It might not. We might have to try a different one, but we have options. I'm also just pre-wetting everything because that'll make the entire swatching process nicer. Everything has probably sat for 5 minutes now, and now we get to get into swatching. I absolutely love urban yellow, which came as a surprise. I haven't really liked any of the Schmincke Supergranulating yellow colors other than Volcano Yellow, and Volcano Yellow is a single pigment color anyways. Urban Red, I sort of like. It makes scenes of buildings easier. I feel like this is very much set up for a plein air palette. It's not as stunning as like the Shire set or the Tundra set, but the granulation that it does have is very much buildings and stuff like that. The green, I feel like it could have been more, which is how I feel about quite a lot of the greens other than in the Shire set. It feels lacking. I wish it had just had a bit more going on with it, especially if it was meant for a plein air palette. I wanted a green that sort of had more life to it. I do like that, like, it can go from dark to light, but I still want more. Can't remember how I felt about Urban Brown, so let's see. Oh, I like it. I like that you've got like the light undertones to it, and it's also can get quite dark. I think of all the browns, Urban Brown and Galaxy Brown are probably my favorite, and they're sort of on opposite ends of the spectrum where one seems quite cool and one is very warm. Urban Gray is another very blue gray. I find that most of the grays seem to be blue grays. I'm trying to think if there's a single gray in these sets that isn't a blue gray. And I'm a bit disappointed about that because the first pigments are PY and PR, I wish they'd gone for a gray that was slightly different. It does fit in like the urbanness of the palette, but I wish they'd made a change in at least one of the palettes to have a slightly less blue-gray. So let's move these colors so we have some mixing space. And put down our lemon yellow. And PV 16. I think that's too much PV 16. Well, maybe not. There we go. So I'd say that one's pretty easy to mix for. Urban Red is PY. Actually starting with quite a lot of PY because we're adding a whole bunch of other stuff to it and I feel like it's going to disappear. Cadmium Red Deep is, I believe, the red we decided on. Yeah. It's what worked for Volcano Orange, sort of. It didn't work for... Did it work for Volcano? So it worked for Volcano Violet. Volcano Orange is the one that had me stumped. Let's go blue, brown. Starting with very small quantities of each of these. And we have still utterly obliterated the yellow. Though that color doesn't seem too far off the pan. Let's add a little bit more cadmium red. Huh. A tiny bit more swirling. Now too blue. Oh, there we go. So it's still a bit too like cherry red, especially washed out, but it's not gonna get less cherry red. I do enjoy that all of these start with a base of the same pigment. I wish that was universal across the sets. I wish they went with, you know, one pigment sort of as the base for each set. I think that would have been really cool. It sort of seems like they tried. Nope. Tried to with some of the sets, but it would have been really neat if they did a set where, you know, the base of all the colors was like Potter's Pink or Ultramarine Blue whereas it sort of feels like Urban is the only one they did that with. This is 2 olive. More blue and some more black. There we go. Maybe not. Our black settling out differently. I think our black is always going to do that because it wasn't mulled in with the rest of the pigments. There, we've added a little bit more of the PB36. So, PY. I need to top up this pan once this is done. PR. PBK. I think they must be using quite a light cadmium red almost, because it takes so little cadmium red to really change the color, and yet it's not the last color. It's in the middle. Let's let that dry. I think it's got too much red in it now. Okay. Added a little bit more yellow. Yellow. Red. Cerulean blue. And black. Oh, that's too red. We tried this ultramarine cerulean last time, and it was the wrong cerulean. I'm wondering though if it's the right cerulean here, because this is so much more blue. So let's Let's grab our lemon to the last clean section of this palette. Add our tiny bit of cadmium red. Add in this cerulean, which is much bluer. Add a touch more red to neutralize the green. And it's now the color. Now we've taken it brown because this red is crazy. Let's see what that is. Nope. Yellow. Blue. Red. Nope, now we've got doesn't seem that different from Glacier Black. What's going on here? Like this is this, but it has red in it somehow. Okay, there we go. There we go. Like, sort of seems right, maybe. Hate mixing on the page, but it's like so close that too far now. Huh. So I flick red water all over my page. Okay. I'm gonna try this one last time. I'm gonna take a bunch of yellow. We're gonna take a different cadmium red. We're gonna stay with this cerulean. add more yellow. Touch more blue. And we're going to add the black. No, we're still too yellow. I did not think it was going to be a gray that stumped me. Oh, all the colors to really stump me. In this, I did not think it was going to be a gray. Okay. Let's try this cerulean, this cadmium, and a whole bunch of this yellow. I've just gotten cadmium red in. Just got the wrong undertone. That's a blue undertone. I'm not even adding the black until it's got the right undertone. Nope. I can't even tell anymore. It's so far off. Okay. The set isn't on under the brush. Huh. Okay. I was only able to find these pigment numbers referenced one spot, which was somebody else's video. And so I'm assuming that she had the right pigment numbers written down in her caption. So. This has me stumped. Urban Gray. Which is shocking because we have now done 3 different mixing for grays videos. And so I've mixed quite a lot of grays at this point. I'm fairly good at it, and I am totally stumped on what's in that gray mixture. That doesn't happen very often. So I'm going to draw out our color blobs, what was used, including all the various reds and stuff that were used here. Urban Brown has me stumped as well. I might pull the paints out of the top so I have access to those mixing spaces as well. I'm okay with this for urban green. The black is in slightly larger particles, but tone-wise, I'm actually pretty okay with it. Urban red, I like. Urban yellow, I like the mixes for, but it's these last two that I am struggling with. And that's sort of crazy. We've done so many mixing videos up to this point, and I think there might have been one integrated video at some point that I found really challenging, but it has been a while since anything has been this hard. So if this is a sign of what the next 5 episodes are going to be like, this could get quite interesting. We still have deep sea, haze, forest, desert, and galaxy left. So if they're all going to be as hard as this one is, things could get quite interesting. I sort of organized them in what I sort of liked. So I spread out the ones that I really liked, and I thought were going to be a lot of fun to do. And I thought this one was going to be fun and easy. Yeah, no. P1, 159, PB, 35, PB, 25, PR, 108, PR, P16, PBR6, PB36. I believe so. It is. Okay, 11. All right. Let's look at these. Once again, we're gonna take everything out of this top section. I'm gonna put my arm in pigments a bunch, I feel. So, yellow is our base. We have a base of yellow. We have a happy little base of yellow. Let's add this cadmium red in. Let's add black. It's mixy, mixy, mix. It's still too light. It's way too light. And I don't know how to get it this dark. I think the trick is the black being mulled in, so the black's in smaller particles. I think that's part of my issue, that my black is in too large of a particle, and so it's just sort of separating out, and so you're not getting this sort of grayness. Because actually, now that I'm looking at the undertones of this one, it's not awful. It's not great, but it's not awful. It's got sort of the right lightness to it, where I think if it had been all mulled together, you would have the sort of same separation, where it's in much smaller particles of separation. I think that's what's going on with the Urban palette, is that it's been mulled much more finely than some of the other sets. And so you're seeing stuff separating. It's still separating a lot, but the pigment particle size is smaller. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. Because really, I don't know that I can get anything that dark without having more black than I have yellow. Like maybe that, but to have that, I've had to like triple the amount of black that I think there should be, because there's supposed to be yellow, then red, then black. Interesting. There's a lot of sort of odd things in these sets. I'm learning a lot as I do these mixing palettes. I'm also realizing that there are definitely some of these colors that I would continue to buy. There are some that I wouldn't, but there are definitely some that I would just keep buying instead of trying to mix them myself, because it is too much work. Like Urban Gray, I don't want to go through that much work every time I try and mix for a gray. I don't have that type of energy. And so, you know, live and learn. Welcome back to episode 6 of DIY the Schmincke Supergranulating colors. What colors should you just buy and what colors can you probably mix yourself? Today we are looking at the Deep Sea set. So I have some of these as dots and I have some of these as pans. For the sake of simplicity though, I am just going to use my dots. Then I don't have to switch back and forth between dots and pans. I only have, I want to say I only have 2 of the colors in pans. I've got Deep Sea Violet, and I believe my mom has Deep Sea Indigo in her set. But all the other colors are dots, so I just decided to stay with using dots. After all the excitement of the last video, I'm hoping this one is a bit simpler to do, but we'll see. It takes quite a lot of colors for this palette. So I've pulled everything we should need. It's also the first time we have PV14 coming into play and PBR33. So PBR33 is mahogany brown, but PV14 is cobalt violet. And so I've got Windsor Noon cobalt violet and I've got Roman Smalls cobalt violet deep, just because I'm not quite sure which version I'm going to need. Hopefully one of the 2 works, because even though I do have a third option, I'd prefer if it was one of these, just because these 2 mix better than the other option, though cobalt violet I find doesn't really mix well with anything. So I do find it interesting that they use it in their sets. So let's get into labeling this sheet. So everything is labeled. I made a little mistake when I was labeling Deep Sea Indigo, and so Deep Sea Violet does not have much space, but we're gonna make it work. So I don't love swatching from dot cards, but it was the easiest way to get some of the Schmincke colors, and so I'm just gonna go with it. I really like Deep Sea Indigo. I didn't think I was going to, and so when I did have the ability to get it in a pan, I only got a quarter pan of it, and I do sort of regret that. I did the same thing for one of the Galaxy colors. I wish I'd gotten a bigger pan of it. This is Deep Sea Indigo, which I don't find all that different from one of the other colors in a previous set, but I actually can't remember which color it is. I'm going to do a video at the end where all of the colors are swatched out, and so you can see what all the colors in the set look like, because I think it's important, because it's rare that somebody has all 50 colors that they've come out with. I do also have their random gray, but seeing as that doesn't have a pigment number, I'm not going to include it. I'm missing 2 of their other limited edition colors that they've come out with recently. I'm missing Ocean Blue. That's what it's called. I'm missing one other. I don't find Deep Sea Blue all that different from think it's from Glacier Blue. And if you watched the Glacier episode, you'll know how I feel about Glacier Blue. There's so many pigment numbers in it, and it doesn't feel like there's all that much going on with it, and I find that disappointing. It feels like it just could have had more, and it sort of feels like it lets down the rest of the set. Glacier Green surprised me. I didn't think I was going to like it. I tend to not enjoy like dark teal granulating colors. I have several in my palette, but they need to be really dark for me to like them. In this case though, I do actually like the color. It's got sort of a green halo effect to it from the PG-18. And then Deep Sea Black. I haven't actually been able to get the crazy granulation out of this. I've seen some people's swatches where it granulates a bunch. It seems to be granulating pretty well on this paper. It's the first time I've tried it on the Baohong paper. But up until now, it's been sort of spotty in swatches with getting it to granulate. So, let's let those dry a little bit and then we'll swatch them out. So, everything sort of had a second to settle into the paper, and you can see the granulation effect starting. And this is what I mean about like the Deep Sea Blue. Like, it's already starting to dry and there's really nothing there. And I find that disappointing. I just think that with a paint company like this, they could have done more with it. Oh, huh. That's not what I would have picked. So, a violet earlier was a different brown. This time though, we have mahogany brown as our brown. Deep Sea Indigo is PG-18. So Viridian and a violet. It's cobalt violet hue, which only they make. I think Dirty Blue has started to stock it. Oh, first try. Oh, that's fun. Look at that. I don't know that we've had a first try since Under Orange, which was in episode 1. It's been a bit. So, Deep Sea Blue. We're going to start with the Winsor Newton one, because I have a feeling we're still way too dark. Huh. 1 second. This site has it referenced as a different pigment number than what somebody else had it referenced as, so now I need to figure this out. So, in my quick Google, I have now seen Deep Sea Blue with 4 different pigment numbers. So, I am going to go with what Jackson's has, which is not what I've got written down. They have it as PV16. There's a couple other art stores that have it referenced as PG50, PV16, PV29. So this, then this. There was a different art store that had it as PV50, PV14, PB29. There are a variety of different options floating around. Which one do I think is right? I don't know. But Jackson's has it as 29, 50, 16. And so that's what I'm going to use. I'm going to assume Jackson's is correct. And that somewhere one of these other stores made a typo that has just been copied. That being said, let's throw some more teal in there. Let's try the other ultramarine blue. Just because it's slightly lighter. Well, not really, but it's maybe got the right undertones for this. Do I even know what that is at this point for this color? No. It's so bright that I'm not convinced. My other option though for the PG50 is a green. It's like bright green, it's a cobalt green. Oh, there we go. That isn't awful. So that was a different ultramarine, which I think probably means that this one is going to use the same ultramarine. So let's just start with it. Two blue. And some more Viridian. Oh, there we go. So, deep sea black is 74. $11. And 35, which I just contaminated with black. We've saved my cerulean. I think we're way too blue still. for the sake of yeah, other places have different payment numbers for this one as well. What does Jackson's have for this one? Add some more black. So Jackson's agrees with under the brush, but 2 other art stores have the black at a higher ratio than everything else. Which is almost what I think it is. So we're actually going to try that. A bunch of black. A little bit of that. A little bit of that. Because that seems closer. Which means pigment numbers are wrong somewhere. This is not fun. Okay, so we have our Viridian. Our Viridian didn't change. This was the same. We used 2 different ultramarines because that first color I used 1 color, and for the rest of them this lighter one worked better. We only used this cerulean. Swatch of this blue. This is cobalt. Blue deep. Then we've got permanent mauve. And cobalt violet. We have mahogany brown. And Aquarius black. All right. Let's label all of these. Overall, the fact that the pigment numbers for this and this are referenced differently on various art sites has me a bit confused. And also makes me wonder about the other ones, though all the other ones were easier to mix for. And so I think I'd just go with what Jackson's had put for the pigment numbers. Though, like, this wasn't possible until I followed what a different site had. So, who knows what the correct pigment numbers actually are. Though I do find it interesting that different art sites that are selling the tubes have it referenced differently, because normally it's identical across the board for what the pigment numbers are from the same brand. But at least, like, this set seems to be the most mixable, I would say so far. This and Tundra. Urban tripped me up. It was a bit of a confidence knock, but I feel better now, heading into the final 4. So, I hope you have enjoyed the series thus far and continue watching. We have 4 episodes left of mixing, and then probably 1 more at the end of going over all the colors and just looking at them all and seeing what all the like yellows and violets and greens and blues actually look like side by side, because there are some that look quite similar across the series, and so you probably don't need both. So I hope you've enjoyed watching, and let me know in the comments what you'd like to see next. Welcome back to video 7 in the which of the Schmincke colors do you really need to buy and which can you probably mix yourself. The last part got quite interesting, as there were some pigment numbers where, depending on which site I was looking at, the pigment numbers were totally different. So for part 7, I have double checked 2 different sites. They seem to agree, so we're gonna go ahead and say that these are the pigments for the haze set. Do I know that for certain? No, but at this point, I've done what I can do. I've double checked Jackson's, and I've double checked Under the Brush, and both of them have these numbers listed. So I've also managed to misplace a pan of paint, which happens on occasion. So the green for one of the colors is going to be fresh from the tube. I don't think that will affect the mix too badly, but I did just want to say that because everything else is normally from tubes in pans that's dry in my palette, and I do have a pan of it somewhere. I just can't find it. I have torn apart my greens palette. I've looked all under my desk. My feeling is that it's probably got a magnet on the bottom of it, and I dropped it at some point and it stuck to a chair, which has happened before, so it'll show up at some point. But now we are going to jump into the hazes, which were a limited edition to Jackson's, I believe. It was the only place you could get it. I believe they're still the only place you can get the haze set. And I have blue and indigo in my palette and pans, but much like the Deep Sea palette, for the sake of ease of swatching, I'm just going to do everything from the dot card, because that makes it easier for me. So I'm going to label this sheet, and then we'll get into swatching them out. So everything has now been labeled and pre-wet, and now we get to swatch it out. So I recreated Haze Pink in the Potter's Pink video without actually having Haze Pink in front of me. I was just looking at online swatches of it, and I would say I got pretty close. It's not exactly perfect, but it's most of the way there. It's as close as I could get without actually having the color side by side. That being said, I am using a different PB36 for these mixes. I went with a much more green version so far, up until now, but I might add the teal one into the palette. I've tried to keep the colors that I'm using pretty compact because I want to see just how many colors you need to dupe it, though we have had to add 2 different ultramarine blues to be able to make some of the colors work. So adding in another PB 36 isn't going to be the end of the world, and I'm pretty sure I know which version I used. For the first set of mixes. I love Haze Blue. Haze Blue is actually in my palette already, and so is Haze Indigo. They're some of the more recent additions before I started trading for the colors I wanted. And I do really like them. Haze Brown is going to be a bit of a challenge. It uses PBR7, and if you've watched my PBR7 video, you'll know just how many variations of PBR7 there is. Just Jackson's own house brand of pigments has, it's like 32 different variations of the pigment for sale, which tells you just how many options are out there, and that's only from one brand. So there are lots of different options. I'm currently using the Roman Small Cypress Raw Umber Deep, but that may change. I might need to go for one that's slightly darker, but it might also work, so we'll just see how it goes. And after all the excitement of the last video, I have double and triple checked pigment numbers, and so everything should be correct. So we're going to start with Potter's Pink. And then 36. The trick is this is such, you're mixing 2 quite granulating colors that are both very opaque. Well, at least the green is, if it can be. But I think that's probably pretty good. We'll see how it looks as it dries. PY. Start with a good pile of that. I'm actually going to start with the other ultramarine blue. I'm going to start with Viola Lee, just because of looking at the granulation pattern, it seems like that's probably closer. Definitely. There we go. And it's even got like the right granulation pattern. So I'm going to do the same blue down here. It's really, this ultramarine blue is just processed slightly differently. There are so many different versions of ultramarine blue that there are going to be differences across brands. do this in one. I might have done this in one. Let's let that dry. Haze brown. I'm not confident that this is the right brown. And I'm going to start saying that it's potentially not dark enough. It isn't dark enough. So, which alright. Looks like the only brown that I have that's darker, that's the right pigment number, is Daniel Smith Raw Umber. So let's go and track that down. Alright, here's Daniel Smith Raw Umber. So add a touch of Aquarius Black into it. There we go. And that, maybe not. It's closer. I will say that. We are definitely closer with the raw umber. It's not quite dark enough, but it might still just be particle size issue. That it's just the haze brown is mulled so finely. I will say though that the raw umber from Daniel Smith is definitely closer. So, PG 36, which I didn't own. So I had to go out and buy this green. Slightly more than I think I'll need. I'm actually going to mix it here. And 33. And then 11. Oof, too green still. It's such a bright green that I really struggle with the fact that it's at the highest percentage. Because that's not it at all. Okay, I'm going to add some more mahogany brown to it. And now it's brown undertoned. So it's got the slightest tinge of a green undertone, but it's almost not there. Let's see if I can neutralize it on the page. don't know that I can. I wonder if this green comes in a less sort of neon shade. The only one I have is really bright, and I'm just not getting that. Yeah, I'm just not. Added some more black. It's such a pretty neutral black. I just can't neutralize it enough. So we used yellow ochre. I'm gonna let that dry and we might come back to it. Nope, we only used lapis in this palette. Stormy Seas. Water's pink. We use two different browns. We try out two different browns. This is the Cypress Raw Umber Deep. And then this is the Daniel Smith Raw Umber. This is Mars Brown. Oh no, Mahogany Brown. This is Mahogany Brown. This is Aquarius Black, which is now developing a divot. Just make sure all the black's out of this brush before we swatch this green. So this is Winsor & Newton Windsor Green Yellow shade, which was the only PG 36 I was able to track down. I can't get it right. Let's do this one more time. Some green. Some brown. And some black. The ratios are off, and I know that, but I'm wondering if it's because my green is so fluorescent. Because it's quoted as being a Thalocene green, and all the Thalocene greens I have are not 36. They're other pigment numbers. It's really just figuring out the right amount of the mahogany to neutralize it with. Is that it? Like I'm not getting the right neutral color. Alright, let's let that dry. So I would say that the pink, the blue, and the indigo you can definitely mix yourself. The other colors, the brown and the black, slightly harder. They're, especially this black. And I'm thinking this green is part of my problem. It's frustrating me that I can't neutralize that green enough. Because it feels like it should be neutralizable. And it just doesn't seem to be. Like as soon as I neutralize it, it goes to red. Right. Well, I know which ones I'd buy. I know which ones I never want to try mixing for again. Or I know which ones I want to try mixing for again with a different green. I think the green's my issue. Learning every day. Welcome back to part 8 of which of the Schmincke colors do you need to buy and which can you probably mix yourself. Today we are looking at the Forest palette. I had to actually invest in all of these colors. I think Mom only had one of them. They weren't a set that either of us were super interested in. I've swatched them all out on the sheet that I've been using to like plan out this video series, and I have to say I'm still not sure. I don't know that I'd consider Forest Brown to be a brown. Looks pretty green, but we're gonna label the sheet and then we're gonna get into swatching them out and just see how we feel about them. I always pre-wet all of my pans, so everything's been pre-wet. Now we get to actually swatch everything out. So olive is pretty, but I don't know. There are other greens in the sets that I feel have sort of more super granulation to them. I feel like some of the I don't know if Forest was part of the very early sets or not, but I feel like some of the very early sets like Galaxy, Volcano, and Tundra really had that super granulation effect, and then the rest they've sort of tried, but it hasn't always been there. This is green. I did not like green. I was glad that I got green from somebody who was destashing it from their collection, and I did not pay full price for it, which is uncommon with me in paints. I'm usually, even if I don't like the color, I'm fine with having paid full price for it. This is one of those colors that I was not. It is so opaque and so, like, it's trying to granulate, but as soon as you wash it out enough where you can actually see the brown, you've lost the brown. We've got forest brown, which I do like, but it doesn't look brown to me at all. Oops. Way too much water there. Add some more pigment in. I would describe it as like an olivey green sort of. But it doesn't scream brown to me. Whereas forest gray does scream brown. Especially once it sort of gets worked out, it feels much more brown. It's quite orange on top. And then we have forest blue. I feel like this set was quite green heavy. I wished that they had like a true brown granulation color in it. I sort of wish, I think it's desert brown is in this palette. Later on we'll talk about which colors I'd switch in a later video. So for forest olive, we need PBR 7. So we're going to start with cypress. Start removing all of these pants so we no longer need them. We're going to start with cypress. Mostly because that's what I've been starting for all of them. And even though now we've got the raw umber from Daniel Smith as an option, I'd rather start with cypress. Just keep it the same. And then we've got Viridian. It's too green. Let's add in some brown. Sure, let's start there. That isn't far off. So let's go in with yellow. That's too much yellow. Yep, there we go. Stick that there. I think as that dries, it'll be pretty similar. Forest brown, we have PG19, which is cobalt green pale, which is this one that's got all the binders sitting on top because it likes to separate. And we have PBR 33. So this is mahogany brown we're adding in. So my cobalt pigments, my cobalt particles are too large, and so they don't want to mix. And at all. Just a bit more cobalt. Just sort of do the heavy version. Okay. I think that might be as close as I can get it, because washed out, my cobalt's the wrong particle size, and so you're seeing them totally separated. They're not mixed together at all. My cobalt's a lot heavier because it's a larger pigment size, and so you're getting those big clumps. So PBR7. Seven. 43. 26. A color I like, not the color we're aiming for. Let's add in some more 26. And some more yellow. Still not quite bright enough. So we're going to add in some more of the brown just before I add in more other stuff, because by now we've used up quite a lot of our brown. We're quite heavy on the yellow, actually. So we need that warmth. And then we're going to add in our 26. Oh, this is going to be way too brown. Oh yeah. So let's add some more of our green. It's got the warmth we want though. Oh, there we go. Maybe no. Green. Aha, there we go. So it's actually pretty heavy on the green. I would say that's significantly more green than I thought I would need. Pine tends to, which is a peachy, which is a cobalt green dark, tends to change the color quite a lot because it's so opaque. But you never know. And we have... Oh, my notes for this are long. Give me a second. I had forgotten to pull PG50 as well. I think by the time I was pulling colors for this, or making the notes for this palette, I was quite tired because it starts with our second pigments instead of our first pigment. So we start with Cobalt Teal, which is not how I would think that starts, but sure. Cypress and black. Mix. That's very green. Okay. Sure. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go with the raw umber. I think my other umber is too yellow. That seems better. Seems less green. So this uses the raw umber from Daniel Smith, or a pigment similar to it. Let's start with Stormy Seas. So I think it's probably a different blue. And Aquariusburg. Oh, actually, yeah, no, that's it. That was easy. So let's do dots. We have yellow ochre, Viridian, cobalt green pale, which has huge binder separation issues, but has had those issues direct from the tube. They've been issues since the very first moment I poured it, and is a known issue of this paint. Let's do PG26 next. Yeah, so you can see the color difference. Like this one is a lot more yellow. This one's sort of more neutral. But I like the granulation of this one more. So that's where I've been starting with the super granulating colors. It's what I tend to use in my DIY mixes as well. Alright, so we have PY43, PG18, PG19. Oh, PB36, PG29, PG50, PBK, no, PBR7, PBR7, PBR33, PBK11. All right. Overall, I think forest gray was the hardest to mix for. But once I figured out that it was the wrong PBR7, it was easier. I've done a whole PBR7 video, and if I'm smart, I'll remember to link it. If not, it should be easily searchable on my page. because I don't always remember to link them. Surprisingly, I liked mixing for Forest Olive. It was fun. And Forest Blue was fun because I got it in one. I am enjoying the ones that I get in one, because it's just exciting to get them in a single try. So I hope you've enjoyed part 8. There are 2 more palettes left to go, and then I think there's probably 2 wrapping up the entire series videos. But we'll see. Thanks for watching. I'd love to know what you think below. Welcome back to part 9 of which of the Schmincke Supergranulating colors do you need to buy and which can you probably make yourself. Today we are looking at the Desert palette, which is the second to last palette in this series. I can't believe we have made it to this point. We have covered Tundra, Volcano, Urban, Shire, Glacier, Deep Sea, Haze, and Forest. And after this, we just have Galaxy left. And so we are going to get into filling out all the information on all the colors, and then we're going to get into swatching. I have triple checked all this information. We've had 3 videos where the pigment information for some of them has been different, depending on the site you're looking at, where I have accidentally pulled the wrong colors. I have triple checked. I have everything we need, and we're going to get into this. Everything is all labeled. I do like when palettes have sort of a theme, and so this one is another one where it's a PY 159 theme, where it's all but one color include that, and I do enjoy that. I think the cohesion is really nice. I wish more of the Supergranulating palettes had that. I think only this one and Urban, maybe one other, have that sort of overarching theme of a single pigment being in almost all of the colors. I wish that they'd picked a pigment for each of the palettes. I think that would have been really cool. Desert Orange is interesting. I think it might be my favorite orange in this series. That being said, I don't really like orange watercolors in general, so trying to pick a favorite orange in this series is going to be hard. Desert Brown is quite orange undertoned, which is nice in the sense that it works with the rest of this palette. There are some of these palettes that I find there sort of feels like there's one color that's an outlier, or there's one color that's too similar to the rest. And Forest Brown really doesn't seem like a brown. In this case, the brown feels like it's part of the set while still having the same undertones as the rest of the set, which is something that I wish that they kept in some of the other palettes. I am finally getting my wish of a gray that is not blue undertoned. I think we've had 5 so far that have all been blue undertoned. We're finally getting a different undertone in a gray, and I am so ready for it. Do I use yellow undertone grays all that often? No, but did they need that many blue undertone grays in the Supergranulating series? Also no. And then we've got Desert Green, which is, in my opinion, the oddest color in the entire Supergranulating series. I have it in my palette. I don't know that I've ever used it in a piece. I can't really figure out how or where to use it. It's a green that's got cadmium red underneath. And so you really see the red, like the red granulates out of it. And I've just never been able to figure out where and how to use it. So if you have any advice for where you use Desert Red, let me know. So I'm going to scooch these out of the way and we're going to start mixing. So Desert Yellow is PY. And PBR. I don't know that I got that in one. Let me try a more neutral. PBR. Oh. Here's a Q-tip. There. There. Oh yeah, that looks better. There we go. So, the Daniel Smith one. So I'm actually just going to use the Daniel Smith one in all of these mixes in this palette going forward. Except that it doesn't appear in any other palette going forward. Cool! Cool. 33. I do like this way of making the orange with the brown. A nice way to, exactly touch them, but like, that's what we wanted. PY. Which cadmium? I think it's the deep version. We've been alternating back and forth between a cadmium red deep and a regular cadmium throughout these palettes. Mostly because whatever they're using for Volcano Red is a cadmium red. Pigment number wise, it's a cadmium red. The issue is, however it's mulled or whatever dispersal agent they're using makes it have a different particle size. It needs more yellow. And so these aren't going to look identical because the cadmium red's wrong. Or the red pigment we're using is wrong. That being said, we have been getting closer than that. What does it look like in a pan? Oh, in a pan, like you can see the yellow and the red are both actually separating out on top. I don't know if the camera's actually picking that up. But it's sort of got like yellow pockets and it's got red pockets. So this was poured from a 5ml tube because Jackson's have them on sale at one point. Now it's green. Okay, we're gonna come back to it. We're gonna come back to it because I need to think about it for a second. Desert Gray is PY and black, which is actually a mix that I've done before. I think it was in my fall palette this year. And it's a great mix. The trick is having enough black that you just sort of get the peak of yellow. I think that's correct, even though it's still darker. I think that's just pigment size. Now we get to do my least favorite mix, the one that I've had in my palette for probably 6 months. I bought it because I couldn't figure out where you'd use it, and I wanted to see if it was actually this interesting in person, and it is. It really does separate that red. It ate all the cadmium, and so we're going to add a bunch more cadmium red. And now we've made a red, which is not what we want. And we're going to add some more green. The trick here is that both pigments sort of eat each other up. And so you need to create that's like, if I flip around my palette. So the red's totally floating on top, but is actually starting to float out here. So I'm actually going to leave that. I'm going to come back here. I'm really happy with that orange, especially because they've touched by accident and it's almost seamless where they blend, other than the fact that there's like a cutout here because I didn't mean for them to touch. We're going to try this with the cadmium red light, which isn't what I think it is. But at this point, I am used to this project, the answer being what I think it isn't. It's too red. Yeah, let's add some black to that. So it's quite a lot of yellow, like an almost absurd amount of yellow. And I will say that none of these pigments on my palette want to mix with each other at all, which is pretty normal for them. They're all different particle sizes, and granulating pigments will always separate out on your palette, just some more than others. And in this case, they are separating out quite a lot because I'm working with a whole bunch of different mixes and not really mixing them thoroughly. I'm okay with that. I don't know what I've done to create that, but I'm okay with that. I am like slightly less okay with this. It doesn't have the right amount of red. So now I'm almost wondering if it's a mix of cadmium red and cadmium red deep. Are they playing with two different size pigment particles? Yes, they are. Cool. So, if you're making desert green yourself, use 2 different cadmium reds so that you've got the variation. Oh, this is so contaminated. So that you've got the variation in particle size, because there just isn't enough variation in the single version. It's still too red, but I think if I add a touch of green and it gets to go here, hopefully we'll see the red do its thing. But I might have added too much green and all the red might be gone. Pigments are finicky. If you've seen any of the paint mulling videos on YouTube, you've probably seen them mix colors together where you don't think they're going to end up with the color that they get. And that's because some pigments totally eat up other pigments. And PG26 is one of those colors where it can totally eat up other pigments. Oh, we didn't use that. We used this. We used the Daniel Smith one. We used Mahogany Brown. And Aquarius Black. There we go. PY159, PG26, PR108, PR108, PBR7, PBR33, PBK11. All right. So I would actually say that this was probably the closest to this. It didn't have as much of the red separation, but you have the same like green and red halo effect. This, the red and green flipped. And so what was green in this one is red in this one. In this one, you just like lost the red altogether, which is sort of what I expected based on how much green I accidentally added to it. But it's a color I've never figured out how to use. And I paint quite a lot. Let's try one more time. Okay. Let's add a tiny bit of the light version. And we're actually just gonna wet the page. Oh, this is just brown at this point. We are just painting with brown. I think it's too red. I do enjoy the process though of like watching the pigments settle out of each other. I think it's so magical. You're too red. That's interesting. Okay. Green. Let's do the deep. So it looks green in its pan. I'm now looking at the pan as a reference for the color, which I actually do pretty often, just because it gives you a good indication of like what the color looks like. So that was way too red. it is almost sort of like tealy in the pan. I would think that it had a phthalo green in it as well, just to get that bright green along the edge. But apparently not. Okay, this is the last attempt. Mostly because I'm running out of space. I'm not really sure what to try at this point. Oh? Is that it? Did we do it? So our green isn't quite bright enough, but we do have like the dark red and then like the red speckling. Oh, I'm happy with that. It's not all the way there, but I'm happy with that. All right. Look at that. One palette left. Welcome to the final mixing installment of the which Schmincke colors do you need to buy and which of the Supergranulating colors can you probably mix yourself. This set is the Galaxy set. We started and ended with my favorite palettes in the set, Tundra and Galaxy, and I am really excited to mix for this set. I haven't actually mixed for any of these colors in any of the mixing videos I've done previously, and so this is going to be totally brand new. It has some of my favorite colors in it, like Galaxy Bat Black and Galaxy Brown, as well as colors like Galaxy Purple that I only got in a quarter pan because I didn't think I was going to like them, only to discover I actually really like them. So we're going to get into labeling the page as always, and then into swatching and mixing.
With Galaxy Purple, you can already see the pink separating out of them, so there's like nothing going on with Galaxy Blue. Galaxy Black, I actually like, which surprised me. I wasn't sure that I was going to. I sort of been blurred that most of the grays and blacks, they all seem pretty similar, and while it does feel pretty similar out of all the ones that look basically identical, it is my favorite version of the identical colors, which is a weird sentence to say, I know, but it is. I like sort of the indigo undertones to it that I feel like the others don't have. Galaxy Pink is another one where I'm conflicted. I don't actually like it that much. I did a palette video recently where I did somebody's landscape palette and created my own version of it, because it was just the picture that was floating around on the internet. Picture on a list of colors, and somebody wanted to know if they could do it for less money. And I switched out Galaxy Pink with Potter's Pink, because if I'm going to create a versatile palette, I'm going to use a pink that I can mix with a whole bunch of things, and Potter's Pink is the way to go. I just feel like Galaxy Pink had so much potential as a really cool color, and just sort of, much like Galaxy Blue, fell flat for me. Galaxy Brown, on the other hand, is one of my favorite browns in the entire set of colors, and there are a lot of browns. I think 7 of the 10 palettes have a brown in them, or a color labeled brown. I do go if it's an actual brown color or not. A color labeled brown, I think that 7 of the 10 palettes have one. And Galaxy Brown is one of my favorites. It granulates really nicely. It's got purple in it, and so I really like its undertones. Its base is a brown that I quite enjoy having in my palette. And so, of these 3 other colors, I use quite a lot. One of the colors, Galaxy Pink, I don't mind, but I just feel like it could have been better. Galaxy Blue, I don't get the point of. I get how you could use it in a Galaxy piece. I just feel like as a super granulating color, they could have done something so much nicer and so much more impressive. And it just sort of feels like it fell flat. So, we are going to mix Lapis. What is it with these? Anyway, I started mixing in different sections, so we're just going to continue mixing there. Mix Lapis and Potter's Pink. I love Potter's Pink. If you've watched any of my mixing videos, probably easily aware of. I love Potter's Pink. I think that should separate up pretty nicely. Galaxy Blue is this, and Lapis, which is interesting. I don't know that it's all that different from the mix we had for Deep Sea Blue. I'm going to have to look that. Because that doesn't seem all that different. Also doesn't seem all that different color-wise from Deep Sea Blue. I think that mine is too teal, maybe? Maybe I'm just seeing things. I think I'm too teal. Not sky blue enough. Turning this to be sky blue is not maybe it. Oh yeah, there we go. It is possible. So that was 29 and Daniel Smith Cobalt Teal Blue. Yep. So 29. 29 and PDK11. PDK11 has gotten a lot of use in these products for various mixes. Everything uses PDK11. We only maybe have one product that hasn't used PDK11. Everything else does. Use PDK11. So we're not going to get the same sort of light sort of gray tone because our PDK11 is in significantly larger particles. I was only able to track down the small version after going to the art stores. Schmincke does make a version, but even stores that stock almost all the Schmincke colors open stock didn't have it and weren't able to order it in. So I don't know if that means that even though they say it's still around, it's not really still around or what's going on there. Next up is mahogany brown and permanent mauve. That one's in using, which is an interesting mix for a pink. I have to say, I'm a fan of the weird mixes that are making me think. I was also a fan when I was having to track down all these pigments. No, first one was right. Second one's too dark. This is right though. So, Mars brown. And weird violet that I think I've recently only Schmincke made. The one small one makes it too. PB62. They did not make it though when I was looking for it. It's mostly brown with a very little tinge of violet that just sort of granulates. You can see the purple here quite a lot. You can see the purple less here. And once again, my first swatch is actually perfect. So, I'm going to go back here and actually add a little bit more powders. So I think we've gone too pink here, or too violet. So we're going to have another one where it's our first attempt that is actually the best attempt. So, how about teal? Ultramarine. And mauve. How about violet hue, which is not my favorite color. But it's used in some of these Supergranulating. Hottest pink, which is one of my favorite colors. Nice brown. Honey brown. I would say color palette wise, it makes up these colors. Like this is my favorite collection of dots. They are such a me color palette. They're even more me than the Tundra color palette. This, if everything I could ever paint was this, I would be so happy. Except for the fact that I love granulating greens. Oh, I love this color palette. So, PB29, PB16, 62, PR233, PBR6, PBR33, PBK11, PG50. There we go. Final palette in the Schmincke Supergranulating series done. I really should have stopped doubting myself. Except for the fact that this one, the second version was better. But for both of these, the first version was best. You'd think that 10 videos in, I'd stop doubting myself, but clearly not. I hope you've enjoyed watching these. Let me know which mix was your favorite. Have you tried any of them yourself? Are there any that after seeing me try to mix them all, you definitely just buy and save yourself the hassle? I know there are definitely some that I would just keep buying and not try and mix, but there are definitely some that after doing these mixes, I think I just mix. Especially now that I have a swatch of them, I think I'd probably mix for them without much hassle. But there are some that if I wanted them, I think I'd just buy them because they were quite a lot of trouble to mix for and I didn't even get close versus a couple. So I hope you've enjoyed this series. It's been quite a lot of fun to film. There are still 2 more parts to come, and thank you for watching. After 10 palettes and 50 colors, we are going to go through the supergranulating colors I think you should invest in and which ones you can probably skip either because they're easily mixable or because they're too similar to other colors. In reality, I'm pretty much going to focus on the ones that are too similar. In 50 colors, there are a lot that are quite similar, which is sort of disappointing. I wish there was a bit more variation, especially in some of the colors once we start to compare them on individual cards. You'll be able to see just how similar some are. I've sorted them out so that all the ones that are X green or X blue are together. There are a couple that are in single piles, and so I'm just going to throw those in with whatever color seems best. But these are all the colors. Everything from Tundra to Galaxy. And their swatches are in that order as well. So we're going to start with pinks. There are only 4 pinks.
we're going to start with pinks. There are only 3 pinks in the Supergranulating series. They're Tundra Pink, Haze Pink, and Galaxy Pink. And luckily, they're all very different from each other, which I appreciate, especially as we get into stuff that is going to be a lot less different from each other. Overall, I would say I use Tundra Pink, and now that I sort of understand like pigments that make up Galaxy Pink, I will probably use pinks like it more often now that I know it's made up of a brown and a purple. Haze Pink, I find leans too blue to be a pink for me, though I have used it as clouds when I'm trying to create like a moody sky or a misty sky. Colors like Haze Pink are great. So overall, pinks aren't the ones that I'm worried about being super similar, but there are definitely some that are going to be quite identical to each other. So do you need all 3 pinks? No. Really, if I was going to pick a unique pink, I'd probably go with Tundra Pink. So for the sake of this, let's choose Tundra Pink as our pink. Let's go into greens because there are many of them. I think nearly every palette had a green. So Tundra, Glacier next. Yep, Glacier, then Shire, then Urban, then Deep Sea, Forest, and Desert. I would say that, for the sake of it, let's just add in turquoise as well because it's by itself Glacier Turquoise, I dislike. There's really nothing going on with it. There's none of the crazy granulation. And I just sort of find it meh. So automatically, it's getting eliminated. That is also how I feel about Forest Green. Desert Green, I've never been able to find a use for. Deep Sea Green, it's got some granulation, but I don't love it, so it's going to disappear as well. Now we're down to 4. Glacier Green, I actually like. I use it quite a lot in skies and water. Shire Green, I also like. It's quite a bright green with a dark blue to it. The way I paint, though, I tend to reach for colors like Urban or Tundra Green more often. Though I wish Urban Green had a bit more going on with it. I feel like its granulation is very single color effect, and I wish there was some more going on with it. So we're going to eliminate that one as well. So for now, all 3 are going to move on, mostly because I feel like it, and we might cull some more later. Next, we're going to move on to olives. There are 2, and Shire Olive that I actually like. It is Shire Olive that I actually like. We're getting rid of Shire Green, and we're keeping Shire Olive. I don't like... Did I like Forest Olive? Let's look at the swatch of it quickly. I think the answer is probably no. No, and it was really easy to mix for. I wouldn't get it. Volcano Yellow. Let's look at yellows next. There are 4 in this set, and I'm actually happy with how different they are. I was concerned that they'd be quite similar. They look like they could be quite similar, and they're actually different enough. You can do quite a lot if you have Volcano Yellow, though Winsor Noon makes the same pigment. It looks identical, and it costs less. So, Volcano Yellow is being eliminated because you can get the same pigment for the same amount. Like, it looks the exact same, and it costs less. I think my tube from Winsor I think my Winsor Noon tube cost maybe $8 at my local store. Like, it wasn't a lot compared to the fact that right now a 5 ml tube of the Supergranulating colors are 7.5 pounds a piece. And so they are quite the investment, and that's just for a 5 ml. I like, I'm going to say Desert Yellow almost feels like a lighter version of Shire Yellow. What are the pigments? Are the pigments the same? No. Shire Yellow uses PV62, Urban Yellow uses PV16, and Desert Yellow uses PBR7. Okay. I like Urban. And I think I like Desert, because I don't think you can get Shire Yellow much darker than that, but you can get Urban a lot lighter. Let's do blues, because there are many of them. I think, but maybe 2 palettes have a blue. Oh, but 3. And there are also 2 indigos. So let's add those 2 indigos in as well. Just sort of so that we're looking at everything together. Okay. Deep Sea Blue and Galaxy Blue are boring. I like Tundra Blue. And I'm saying that because I know from experience that you can use it in mixes. I used it with a yellow and with a pink or red, and it works really well in mixes, and that's why I decided to add it to my palette, because Mom had a pan and then I decided to add a pan to my own palette, and so Tundra Blue, definitely. Are any of those other blues at all interesting at lighter concentrations? Shire Blue sort of is. It's got quite a lot of green to it. Glacier Blue, no, Glacier Blue is boring. Welcome to my life. What's Deep Sea? Oh, we've got Deep Sea Indigo. Oh, I like Deep Sea Indigo. It's got like a green haze to it. So tentatively, do I like Deep Sea Indigo more than Haze Indigo though? One's a true indigo and one's not. We're gonna go with Deep Sea. Eliminate Haze. What does Forest Blue look like? We're gonna move on Forest Blue. We're gonna get rid of these. Then let's do reds. There are only 2. And even though you can get Volcano Red, the pigment, other places, I have now tried like 6 different cadmium reds and none have the right granulation effect. I've talked to friends and none of them can find one that has the right granulation effect. And so I think that means Urban Red has to move on, because it also means that it's sort of impossible to do any of the other mixes without that color. So as fun as Urban Red is in mixes, without Volcano Red, or as fun as Urban Red is as a paint, without Volcano Red. Like, you're not going to get the right colors when you're mixing yourself. And so Volcano Red, unfortunately, has earned its spot. Next, we have oranges. And I don't love any of them. I especially, though, don't like Volcano Orange. And then there were two. Do I actually like either of these? Tundra Orange versus Desert Orange. The answer is no. The answer is also that they are too similar to each other. And this is what I'm talking about. They have different pigments. Totally different pigments, but they look pretty similar. And I just feel like they could have done something else. There could have been a different decision made that gave us oranges that had more of a difference. So, I'm not going to move any oranges forward. Let's do browns before we get into the purple, blacks, and grays. Because there are also a lot of browns, I think. 7 of the palettes have a brown. And I would not actually consider all of these to be a brown. Clearly, that's a green. They can label it as a brown. It's a green. I don't like this. That's a green. There was one of these that was really hard to mix for. And so I'd say if you were trying to buy a brown because you didn't want to mix for it, Glacier Brown was hard to mix for. And Haze Brown was hard to mix for because my PBK 11's the wrong pigment size. It's Urban Brown like. Oh, Urban Brown. So in all honesty, these two are the ones I'd pick. Galaxy Brown, just because I love it. I love the purple in it. It's my favorite brown in the entire series. And then Urban Brown because it's the hardest one to mix for. Though I do like how neutral Haze Brown is. So maybe tentatively moving all 3 forward, and then I'll do a bit of a cull of colors because we clearly don't need this many. Violets are up next, and there are 4. I appreciate that they're sort of different. You know, Volcano Violet looks pink. Deep Sea and Tundra aren't that different, and then Galaxy is different enough. I would go with... It depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for something that can be both dark and light, I would probably go with Deep Sea. Just look at this swatch. Yeah, Deep Sea. There's already... That's Volcano Violet versus Tundra Pink. There is a difference. One has blue in it, one doesn't. But if you're just looking for like a pink or a pinkish color, like there's a pretty good difference. You could probably justify having both in a palette. I have both in my palette. I also hoard paints, so like a squirrel. So yeah. That being said, I don't actually use Volcano Violet that often, so I would probably get rid of it. I would keep... I want to say Galaxy, because it's my favorite. That being said, I think Deep Sea is actually more usable. keep C. All right, grays. They all look too similar for me. Actually, we're gonna do grays and blacks, and you're gonna see exactly what I mean by the fact that they all look too similar. I appreciate these two, where they're trying, but other than that, other than Galaxy Black, they all look pretty similar. And I take issue with that because I have so many fantastic handmade granulating grays that don't look the same. And so I know it can be done. There is no reason for this section. Like, there's no reason for these 4, and sort of desert gray as well, to all look that similar. But they do. I would keep maybe Glacier Black. Alright. I would keep get rid of that. I would keep Desert Gray because it's different. These all have a blue undertone. This has a yellow undertone. Keep the different because you might need the different. Though it's also very similar to Haze Brown, so one of them might be called in round 2. I really like Galaxy Black, but I think we've already got a dark blue. For the sake of making me happy though, it's gonna go in. And then we're going to keep really, we're gonna keep one of those colors. But in all honesty, there's not a huge difference. One has PB35, PBK11. One has PY159, PR108, PB35, and PBK11. One has PB74, PBK11, and PB35. One has PG36, PBR33, and PBK11. 3 of them contain some combination of the same pigments plus something extra. So, does it make a difference which we keep? Not really. Which one is the darkest is how we're going to decide. And I believe that's pretty black. Sort of black. Nope. We're gonna keep Urban. No, we're not. We're gonna keep Haze. Purely because I'm tired of keeping colors that come in sets that don't exist. So, here are the colors that made it through the first round, though I think we're gonna cull again because it's quite a lot of colors. It feels like it's too many, and that there are probably some similar, like those 2. So one's a brown, one's a gray. Which is which? I'll have it be known, I'm not normally this cynical about paints. If you've watched most of my videos, you'll know that. My issue comes from the fact that these colors are so expensive. They're so expensive, and there are so many that are similar that it just sort of feels icky. Like it feels like they should have done more to create different colors. This is also a really unbalanced set. It is very blue and very green. And we are going to get rid of Deep Sea Indigo. We are going to get rid of either Haze Brown or Desert Gray. Are these literally the same pigments? No, they're not. Okay. One is PY 159 PBK11 and one is PBR7 PBK11. We're gonna get rid of Haze Brown. Are we? Yes. There. That's a, what, set of 15? So from 50 down to 15. Still very blue. Galaxy Black versus Tundra Blue. Getting rid of that. Down to 14. Can we get it down to a set of 12? I don't know that we can. Alright. Well, from 50 down to 14 isn't bad. Still very blue. Let me arrange this like I'd have my palette set up, and let me just see how I actually like. Would this be a usable super granulating palette for me? And if not, what would I add or take away? Okay, now that it's actually in the order of my palette, I don't actually hate it. Because you'd have the yellow, but you wouldn't have the Schmincke version. Yeah, I don't actually hate that. It's a much smaller palette. It's still expensive, but it's more reasonable. And you're stuck buying everything open stock, which is annoying. But is Urban Brown the only urban color? No, Urban Yellow as well. That's the other annoying thing. The Urban set's really hard to get your hands on. So are there colors that I'd switch out the Urban colors with? Let me take a quick look. I think the answer is no.
So I could switch out Urban Brown with Glacier Brown, and it still works. The only other yellow options, though, are Shire Yellow, which I don't love, or Volcano Yellow, which works, but you can get the same pigment from Windsor Newton the rest, and it looks the exact same. So I would put it in with the concession that, yes, put PY 159 in the palette, but don't necessarily buy the Schmincke version, buy the Windsor Newton version, because it's cheaper and it looks the same. And there are less binder separation issues with that. Right. So those are the 14 colors I choose. From 50 to 14. I'm getting rid of the Urban colors, which are really hard to get. The haze ones are hard-ish to get, but Jackson's tends to have them open stock these days. So as long as you're okay with ordering from the UK, there doesn't seem to be a big issue with getting them. So I hope you enjoyed the wrap-up of which colors would I actually buy again. There are probably one or two others, but if I was going to just start over and buy super granulating colors, these are definitely the ones that sort of stand out to me. I might add in Galaxy Chocolate. It's a personal favorite. It doesn't serve a purpose. I don't use it all that often. I just love the color. Whereas some of these other ones, I know I use a lot of my pieces, and especially with like the granulating grays and browns, I use in almost every piece where I have a gray or brown. It's always a granulating gray or brown I reach for because I find that makes the piece much more fun and interesting. So I hope you've enjoyed the series there. So I hope you enjoyed this series. It's been quite a lot of fun to film. And let me know what project you'd like to see me tackle next. In our second to last video in the Schmincke mixing series, I thought we'd go over all of the pigments that I used in the various mixes. So as we've mixed, I've been sticking my pans into this tray so that they can end up back in my palette. And I am going to label this sheet, and then we're going to swatch everything out. So I have been leaving all the pigment information and color description and color information and everything in the description.
So I've been leaving all the color information other than the pigment in the description of every video, but I decided that I'd do a video at the end here that just included what all the colors were, because there were a couple colors where one ultramarine blue wouldn't work but a different one would, and so there are some pigments where more than one version was used over the course of the series. So I'm gonna label this sheet, and then we're gonna get into filming the second to last video in this series. The last one is looking at all the colors individually and just comparing them and seeing which ones I would actually have in my palette, which ones are a bit too similar. So if this isn't quite your speed and you're more into like the looking at different colors, that video should be up in a few days.
So here are the first 15. There are 9 more leaves that need to go on. So we're doing a PY43. My Windsor Newton. I've got several versions of it. I just prefer the Windsor Newton version, in all honesty. It works the best in mixes, I find. There's a big difference between any of them. It's not like PR. PDR7, where you're going to have a huge difference between colors. Nickel as a yellow by Ruby Small is up next. This was only purchased for this series of videos, but I have actually discovered that I really like it as a yellow. It's also a yellow that's used quite a lot in Queen Golds, and so I ended up using it in my Queen Gold video. And I like the warmth that it has quite a lot. I'm not a huge fan of sort of how neon it gets when it's washed out, but it is quite a nice yellow. Running Yellow Deep is PY159. It's the exact same pigment as Volcano Yellow. It's less expensive than Volcano Yellow, and when my pan of Volcano Yellow runs out, I'm just going to keep buying Running Yellow Deep because I am really enjoying having a granulating yellow in my palette. I believe it appeared in my fall palette video. Viridian, I chose the Daniel, Windsor Newton version. Sort of got on the page. For a long time I only had the Daniel Smith version and I really didn't like it. The Windsor Newton version though is a lot easier to reactivate, and in turn I actually like the color. I find a lot of the time when I don't like a good color, it comes down to formula, not the actual color. Cobalt Green Pale is a color where I'm pretty sure that I just don't like the color. It likes to separate from its binder quite a lot. I tried mixing it in the tube, I've tried mixing it in the pan, and even as it dries it separates, and then as soon as you wet it, it starts to separate. The pine next to it does the same thing. The difference with pine is it sort of stays with its binder once you mix it. Cobalt Green Pale doesn't. It's such a thin color that once it's down on the page, like you've got the whole like halo effect that you get when you just got binding on the page. And I don't love that effect in paints. Cosmic Creations Pine is PG26. I love this color, it's super opaque. And it doesn't get as much love as it used to, just because of how opaque it is. But unlike the Daniel Smith version down here, you can see that even as I wash out pine, like it's got the same sort of binder separation on the top of the pan, but you don't get the same sort of halo effect on the top sides where it's yellow like it is down here. Like you can just work it out, and I really like that. I do have a pan of this color somewhere. I can't find it though. So, too much paint. It's on the page. Windsor Newton, Windsor Green. I got a 15 mil tube because it was the only size that I could get. I don't like this color. It's too bright. I think it's only used in one of the Supergranulating colors. What color was it used in even? It was used in... He's black. He's black used this. It was the only color in the entire set of 10 palettes that used it. I don't like it at all. There are so many other colors out there. There's so many other greens that you can choose. I don't know if it's just because it's the Windsor Newton version, it's the only one I can find, and it's so neon green and so like fluorescently bright that I don't like it. This is actually cobalt teal blue. I always read it as cobalt blue teal. But no, it's cobalt teal blue. I love this color. I've had this color for years, and it will probably be the first Daniel Smith color of the Fantastic Green that I repurchase. I used it in all of the mixes where I needed a PG50. I did have a different PG50 available, but it's just my favorite one. It's such a pretty color. There were 2 different ultramarine blues I used. I used Lapis by Cosmic Creations, which is a very dark ultramarine blue. And it does granulate quite nicely, but it doesn't have as much of the texture as the second ultramarine blue I chose. And there were a couple colors where I did have multiples. cadmium red was another one like that, and so was PBR7, where I couldn't get all the mixes to work with the same color. I'd be surprised if they all use the exact same color. Schmincke has so many different versions of these colors in their normal lines for just the single pigment, so I'd be surprised if there weren't some that use different versions. I was okay with using different versions. This is the Jasper Stardust Shadow Lily Blue, and you can see just how much brighter it is, but it also granulates a lot more. Cosmic Creations Cerulean I used in some of the mixes, but it's very bright for cerulean, and I found that for some of the mixes it was just too blue. And so I ended up using the White Night Cerulean Blue, which I didn't have when I did my swatch cards, but worked quite well, especially for any of the colors where it was just like sort of blue undertoned, or it had blue but it didn't look blue. I found that the White Night Cerulean was the cerulean I had to use. Stormy Seas is a PBR. It's a PB36. I love this color. It's one of my favorite paint colors, and it appeared in a number of the mixes. I want to say it appeared in the heat of summer. It's a really pretty granulating teal color. Cobalt Blue Deep by Roman Small is a very pretty blue. It was one of the colors recommended to me when I didn't have Yamin in my palette yet, and I wanted a comparable color. I would say that it is quite comparable. It's a little too purple for Yamin, but it's pretty close. I think this only appears in maybe 2 or 3 colors in the palette. That is still a very pretty color just to have in your palette as a blue. Harriet Mauve was another color that I had to purchase for this project. I didn't have it. I had no PV16s in my palette, which is shocking. Seeing as I do love purples, but most of my purples granulate, and so I didn't have a single pigment version of this color. I had many colors that included PV16, but not a single pigment. I ended up going with the Windsor Newton version, just because it was hard to find. A lot of the ones that I had to purchase for this video series were just the version I could track down, either at local art stores or free trades with friends or on Facebook. There we go. So, we're gonna let this dry, and then we're gonna go on to the last couple colors.
So apparently I can't write at this point because I once again labeled all my PBRs as PBKs, and so I fixed those, but they're a bit messy. And we are going to go into painting these. Cobalt Violet I had to purchase for this. It reminds me of a mix between PV3 and PV15. I don't know how I feel about it. I sort of feel like it's not different enough to be its own pigment number. I need to look into it more because I don't quite understand why it has its own pigment number when it seems so similar to some of the other pigments that are already purple pigments. That being said, it does work well in the mixes that use it. Cadmium Red, this is not their light version. I think it's just, on some of the pages they have it as their medium version. I think when I bought it though, Jackson's just had it labeled Cadmium Red. I don't know if that's changed. It is the 324. It's its pan number. Which is often how I shop for Roman Smalls paints. Because I find shops don't always have the names the same as they are on pans. I quite like this Cadmium Red. The Roman Smalls Cadmium Reds are probably my favorite Cadmium Reds, though Cadmium Reds aren't my favorite. I prefer the Cadmium Red Deep though, which is the second one. And it was about 50-50 which of the mixes used a Cadmium Red Deep and which used a regular Cadmium Red for the Schmincke colors. I think it just sort of depended on the color. I would assume that all of them use Volcano Red, but knowing that you can get a pretty close version with just Cadmium Red or Cadmium Red Deep is nice because Volcano Red is expensive. Next up is Roman Smalls Potter's Pink, which is my favorite Potter's Pink. I have many. It's my favorite. It is inexpensive, it comes in a pan, it reactivates really nicely, and it mixes really nicely with pretty much any other brand of paint, which I think for any paint is important, but especially for one that is really useful in mixes. I want a color that, or a brand that is just going to mix well with everything, and the Roman Small version does that for me. Make a little less liney. Mars Brown I had to purchase, mostly because I wanted to try the Schmincke version. I have a version from a small shop, but I didn't know how different they would be from each other, and looking at swatches online, they looked pretty different. And so I decided to actually buy Mars Brown, and I'm glad I did because there is a difference in hue. Roman Small Cypress Raw Umber Deep is probably my favorite PBR7. I have, I think, 9 of them that I used in the PBR video, and it's my favorite version. It's such a nice color to work with. It's the lightest and sort of most neutral one I've got in my palette, and I love it because it's so neutral, and also because it's so neutral it works well in mixes, but it wasn't neutral enough for some of these colors in the Schmincke video series, and so I had to use the Daniel Smith Raw Umber, which is even more neutral. It has less of a yellow undertone to it, and because of that it worked well for the couple colors where the Cypress Raw Umber just had too much yellow going on. Mahogany Brown is a brown that I didn't have in my palette either, and I had no interest in getting until I did this video. Browns have always been something that I've just sort of left to the side in my palette, and it wasn't until about this time last year that I started to invest in more browns and try out different pigments and different granulating mixes for browns. I have to say, I really like Mahogany Brown. I like the richness of it. I was worried that it was going to be sort of too red and remind me of a Caput Mortem. And it sort of does, but it's got more of the brown undertones and less of the violet going on, and so I think it works. Aquarius Black is one of my favorite blacks. If you can tell, like, my pan's got a divot in it. I love this black. It is not my most used black. I have a black watercolor that is almost like black, and it's great, but Aquarius Black is often what I use in mixes. It granulates really nicely. I do wish the pigment particles were slightly smaller. They're a little bit big, and because of that, it doesn't always mix super well. Schmincke does make a version of it, but I couldn't find it. I looked in about 8 stores. We called some other stores. Nowhere that stocked Schmincke stocked this color, even if they stock Schmincke open stock. So I don't know if they've discontinued it or they're just having supply chain issues still with getting the pigment for it, but the only version I could track down was the Roman Small version, and I was happy to even be able to track down the Roman Small version. Overall, here's all the colors. So it's a pretty good selection of colors to do this. Know that I can fit them all on this screen at the same time. Well, I can. You need... So let's disregard any that are duplicates. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4 duplicates. So I used 24 colors in making the 50 colors. Theoretically, you could do it with 20. I think you'd really need to tailor your PBR7 your cadmium red, your PB29. You probably just get away with this lighter version of a cerulean, though there was one that it didn't work and you needed the more turquoise version. So it's an interesting palette to look at everything all together, because really it does take a whole bunch of different pigments to do. I sort of want to pull these into like a travel palette my next trip. That's an idea. This being my travel palette. Maybe. We'll see. But you could theoretically do it with 20 colors. You just need to tailor them really well. And have a black that has smaller particles, because that was a big issue in many of the mixes with the size of this black. It's too big. There is one more video left in this series where we are going to go over all of the different colors. Which ones do you need? Which ones can you probably get away without? Which ones are really similar to each other? I've swatched them all out individually on cards. I have sorted them all out by groups, and we're going to break it down. What is actually pretty much identical to each other and what isn't, because there are some. I was shocked at how many there were that were pretty much identical to each other. Leave your guesses down below for how many colors I end up putting in my Supergranulating palette. There are 50 colors in the set, and I really reduced that for my palette. So I hope you enjoyed seeing what all the colors were that we used in this series. I think it's really interesting. I knew that there were some that I really liked and that there were some I didn't, like the Windsor Green Yellow shade, but also when I see the Windsor Green Yellow shade swatched out with everything else, I go, oh, it doesn't seem as out of place as it feels. So it is interesting. I want to find a different version of this. I hate this binder halo on the edge. It bugs me so much. So there might be some shopping on Jackson's. I might see if Roman Smalls makes a version of it, because I clearly like their paints. And I know that when I was looking, I didn't see a version on Windsor Nude's site. I hope you've enjoyed part 11 of the Schmincke series. This series has been so much fun to do. It has been a lot of work, but I've really enjoyed the process, and I look forward to doing other series like this at some point in the future.